Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Board of Education meeting for February 9th, Wednesday. It is now 6:30 p.m. and we will go ahead and begin our meeting. At this moment, roll call.
Brown, Escombe, Franklin, Morton,
Here.
Palmer, Phillips, and Scott.
Meeting called to order. Pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Phillips, mission statement.
The mission statement is to educate, empower, and inspire the whole child.
Again, thank you everyone for attending tonight's Board of Education meeting. First thing on the Board of Education report, we do have our superintendent search. Just to update that the Board of Education will be making selections within the next couple of months. We did want to go ahead and make sure we're doing our due diligence and seeking out the best candidate to lead our district. So we did go ahead and open back up the search. Not necessarily meaning that anyone that were made it into the final has been eliminated, but we did go ahead and open up the search as well. That process is scheduled to close for any applications on next Tuesday. And when we have additional information in regards to that, we will certainly update the community staff as well as let you all know where we are in that superintendent search. So thank you so much for being patient with us. We just want to make sure that we're doing exactly what we were elected to do as the Board of Education in selecting our new superintendent for Elementary School District 159. Another thing on the Board of Education report, we do have Idgt architect presentation. We would like to invite them up to give a presentation as they would like to give information on their company as a minority-owned architect company. We know we did have quite a few community members seeking that we go throughout the process of seeking out a minority and other being diversity when it comes to our architect firms. So if you guys can please come up and give your presentation. Thank you again for coming out this evening. We truly appreciate it.
Good evening, everybody. Madam President, Superintendent, and Board of Trustees, and distinguished guests behind me. I have been back on the CEO of Idgt Architects. We are a minority firm. This is our 20th year. We're in our 20th year of being in business as an architectural firm. We started the main offices in Houston, Texas, Texas. Tonight I have with me Aaron Dunn, who is the managing principal of the BOE office. And we just recently opened an office in Dallas, Texas as well. We've been around for quite a long time, so pretty much our portfolio is K-12 institutions. We have done some higher ed work and we've done some municipality work as well. Idgt Architects, creating towards a better tomorrow. Who is Idgt Architects? As you see, myself, Ben McCurry, I'm the CEO, and this is some of our staff members that we have on staff. Aaron, as I mentioned before, DeQualis Thompson is our managing director of our Dallas office that we just opened up. We have Hussein Barak, who is a project manager. Anis Asada, he's in our Dallas office, he's a project manager. We have Peggy Norman, who is our QA/QC, Calvin Dees, who is our construction administration specialist, Ishmael Cabaret, he is a designer, Joy Linda is a designer, Emmanuel Soto is an architectural intern, Juice McDonald, and yes, that's my son. He's in construction administration as well as a trainee, finishing college this year, and then Dr. Janet Palmer, who is an educational specialist as well as a professional coach. The clients we work for is Fort Bend County in the state of Texas. Capital Development Board for Illinois. We just finished a project with Illinois State University. We've done quite a bit of work for Idgt for the past 8 to 10 years. The City of Peoria, we've done a planning study for them about 2 years ago, and I brought students from Prairie View and University to Peoria to help put that package together. And where I taught at Prairie View for about 30 years and tried to work full time. That is Independent School District, which we're presently working for now, Youth Community College. Springfield District 186, we're presently doing 2 middle school additions at Springfield right now, which is under construction. Then we're doing a project for missionary community of St. Paul the Apostle, and then we've done work with Fourth Worth Independent School District. Why choose us? We basically would like to be chosen because we will always have a principal of the firm on your project. You won't have an understudy or a staff member. It's going to be Aaron or it's going to be me. I do travel. I love to travel because I like to make sure that the client's project is always on schedule and under budget. We experience and we understand how to create sustainable and healthy learning environment. I think most of all, we're a team. We work as a team with not only ourselves, but with the user groups and the school district. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, the school district is the one that's going to be using the facility itself. So we're not just prima donna architect that says my way is no way, it's the school district's way. But we have a professional and energetic attitude, and we are committed to 21st century design. What's our approach? Well, we deliver projects based upon the development of a project plan. Any project that we do, we always develop a project plan that is highly collaborative and promotes teamwork. Our philosophy is 4 things. We identify the problem, we develop the criteria, the needs, and the goals. We identify alternatives and options. And in any project, you have to have some type of alternatives and options based on the construction budget. And then we always believe in consistent building among the entire project team. Who's that project team? The project team is the architect, the client, and the end users. That's what we consider, and the community as well. And that's one thing that we believe in. You have to have participation with the community in order to build some type of consensus in trying to get a project underway and finished on time. What's the benefits? Okay, large firm capabilities, but we give small firm attention. But we have the experience and execute complex projects for large public entities, as well as we monitor budgets and schedules. We can do projects anywhere from $1 up to $65 million. We have over 35 years of experience combined, and then we do high-end design capability. And we also experience and lead certification as sustainable design. So about projects. This project we just, LEED is Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design. So basically what that is that we look at trying to reduce the energy consumption within the building. Say for instance like in a cafeteria, the more daylight we can bring into the cafeteria, the less the lights have to be on during that time. So I'm experiencing it, and pretty much all my staff is experienced in doing LEED design. Any project that we undertake, even though you might not apply for LEED certification, we still take that consideration in the design as well. Leadership in energy and environmental design. All right, this project we just finished about a year ago at Illinois State University, and this was in the Bone Student Center. What it was, it used to be an old Burger King in that space, so we actually gutted that space, and what ISU did was that they brought in a new vendor called Star Ginger. So we actually took Star Ginger's program of requirement and developed this new restaurant within this Bone Center. This school, Charles Atherton, is a school we completed about 6 years ago. They won a design award in the state of Texas. And basically what we try to do, especially in elementary schools, we believe that elementary schools need to be covered blue represents water, the yellow represents return hot water. The red also, we painted the sprinkler system red because that has to deal with fire suppression system and sprinkler system, and then other colors throughout as well to just bring all these colors together in one harmonious set. The Washington Middle School is a project we're doing now for Springfield District 186. And what we're doing is actually revamping the cafeteria, which is this area here, and the below area. And then we're redoing all the restrooms as well. And this is a lab that we're doing at Springfield now. The next project is Jefferson Middle School. And pretty much revamping the cafeteria, redoing all the restrooms, and then a typical classroom. And this is what it will look like when it's completed in July of this year. This project is in Dallas that we're working with. And this was pretty much a 5-month academic addition. It's a 3-story academic addition in Dallas. This is a 3-level. And if you all understand, we have to deal with tornadoes in Texas sometimes. So this is actually a storm shelter. So if they have any type of tornado warning, all school kids will actually congregate. This is the band hall and this is the chorus hall in that area. So everybody can come in and be sheltered from the tornado. It's a specific design we had to go through with the state of Texas in order to make this certified as a storm shelter. This is a collaborative space outside the classroom, another collaborative space, and then to the left is the art room. Just try to do something creative in middle schools now. What we try to do when we get to middle school, we deal with colors in a different way than we do when we're in middle school. This is Edward East Johnson, which is a new elementary school that finished about 2 years ago. What we do in our projects, we do what we call drone shots, starting from the beginning of construction to the end. Use those drone shots to actually show the progress of construction. And then we also can use for if there's any debate with the general contractor, we can always refer back to the drone to say, okay, we did look, yes, you did make a mistake, yes, you need to correct it. And these are some of the interior shots of the elementary school. The next shot, before I bring it up, was a competition we won in 2019. We had a national competition over in Malawi, Africa. And they had 450 submissions from 70 countries, and we actually came out on top, which was surprising to us. We just did it just to do something in the office, and never knew that we would actually win the project. But this is a shot. It's a boys and girls school. As you walk through the housing on the left is for faculty housing because faculty will stay on the school site. The outdoor playroom, play field on the right hand side. And what we basically, the whole idea was we called it the pathway to knowledge, and that knowledge would actually be the library itself as you walk along this pathway. Now, the amazing thing about this design project is that we had to use local material because they have a hard time bringing materials in. So the bulk of the material we used was masonry, and they actually do Yes, ventilation, yes. And what we did was use material that was on site. As you see, the bookcases are actually going to be done out of trees that they already have on site. And that's a complex from the area of and the center portion of the library. Now, the interesting part about this competition, even though we won the competition, now we had to go back and redo the entire master plan based on the client's requirements. So the competition was more of a pie in the sky, what you can do. So after we won the competition, now we went back and did the actual design for the school itself. And we took some components from the winning design to come to a final design, which is, now it's more of a campus here that's kind of segregated, so that would be the focal point of the new design. As you come in, that's the library now. It's surrounded by the classroom buildings. But you notice we still kept the same concept. Classroom. Administration building. Offices, the teachers. And if you notice, we're trying to bring a lot of daylight in. So over in Africa, they do have daylight over an extended period of time. So we have less light fixtures and more daylight. And that's when it comes in when we talk about sustainability and needs. The multi-purpose hall. In the area of the living quarters. And this is student housing. Now we did separate boys from girls, and that was one of the requirements. So they have this nice patio, and then they can go to the same configuration in terms of bedrooms. And this is faculty housing. So they have one common space for faculty, but they all have individual rooms where they sleeping quarters. Another interesting thing about this project is that they raise cows and they grow all the vegetables and stuff. So we actually had barns and stuff for cow grazing, and they actually slaughter them and they process them and they use that meat to feed the kids as well as grow vegetables too as well. So they're trying to become self-sufficient because this location is pretty much out in the rural area, so they fire ways from the city. So they try to stay sustainable themselves. And then tennis courts and outdoor soccer fields. And that gives an overall view of the entire complex. And that is Idgt Architects. That's the beginning of construction. Water tower, starting with land, grazing, then the workers, putting brick outside brick walls up and stuff. Now we are working with a local architect in Malawi. We haven't been able to go because of the pandemic now, but we hope to go there this summer to see exactly. But we do get progress reports from them on a monthly basis. Any questions? brochure, 3D brochure for you guys to look at, as well as if you want to go back and look at the presentation in the boxes and flash drive of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We truly appreciate it. And I was following along because you brought in the presentation. So thank you so much. And that concludes our Board of Education report. At this time, I turn it over to our superintendent for superintendent's report.
Thank you, Madam President, Board of Education. Good evening, community. We're going to start with our amazing SOAR and Student of the Month awards so we can get our babies home. These are fantastic awards that recognize well-deserved teachers and students every quarter. These deserving awards are for teachers and students that have been nominated by their principals and students that have been nominated by their teachers. And this evening, we just like to give them an honor. Ms. Friday, you want to come to the podium and give your presentation.
While Mr. Short is pulling it up, I'd like for our principals to come down, because this time we're going to allow our principals to do the presentation. These are their recipients. They have selected the students. They have selected the SOAR recipients. SOAR stands for Superintendent Outstanding Achievement Recipients. So we think that it would be more impactful if they were to do their own presentations. So we're going to go alphabetically. Cold Pot.
Dakota Power Eagles would like to proudly present Anthony Jones, who's unable to be here this evening, for our Student of the Month. Anthony Jones is a 7th grader and is a shining example of what it means to be a Dakota Power Eagle. In the classroom to band, you will find Anthony questioning or using his critical thinking skills to solve problems. Anthony's determination and eagerness to excel will propel him to greatness. He is a stellar student who prides himself on assisting his fellow students in various capacities. We look forward to Anthony's continued success as he fully exemplifies what it means to have the eagle mentality. As well, Ms. Lakeisha Love, who is also unable to be here this evening, has been a mainstay of reliability, credibility, and dependability on staff at the Coleman Powell Middle School. In addition to providing instructional support to our students, Ms. Love enthusiastically spearheads the entrance and exit procedures with our students riding the bus, and has earned the reputation of catalyst for working with the bus drivers, making a personal connection. Ms. Love, even in the midst of tragic personal loss, fully exemplifies her name. The students, staff, and administration simply love having her on the team.
Good evening, everyone. Our student of the month is Isaiah Wilson. I'm not even going to read it because I know Isaiah so well. I go in Isaiah's classroom to hang out with them for lunch and recess. Isaiah is the type of student that challenges his principal in math. Isaiah loves math, and he tells me, Mr. Payne, I need you to give me some more problems. Isaiah is the epitome of a great student with a great attitude, and Isaiah actually won the spelling bee on the day when he made the submission. So Isaiah is just the wonderful student of the month at Yates. Come on up, Isaiah. He's not there. In 1 week. Good job, buddy. All right. And our SOAR recipient for this day is Miss Michelle Hession. Excuse me, Mrs. Michelle Hession. Mrs. Hession has totally took me out of the equation when it comes to dismissing our students and making sure that they're safe, as we have probably 3 times the amount of car riders than we had in previous years. She's took it upon herself to say, Mr. Payne, have you thought about doing this for dismissal? She has single-handedly made sure that we put procedures in place that keep our students even safer, to the point where she's like, Mr. Payne, we got this. You just sit back, and now I can go to the back and make sure that the bus procedures are working efficiently and effectively. Ms. Hession is a support to Ms. Gordon and I every single day, and she makes us better because of the questions that she asks and the manner in which she does business. Can we give it up for Ms. Hession?
In the spirit of Black History Month, and lay hold to our esteemed board, district administration, families, and community members, I proudly present Ms. Morgan Williams, astronomical astro in kindergarten in Mrs. Grove's class. Our mighty little smart astro scholar is a teacher in training. She is always assisting her teacher in addition to keeping up with her own studies. She is the first to help when asked, will assist her classmates academically, and encourage them to demonstrate their best selves. She is an astronomical example of astral pride in spirit, word, and deed. Ms. Morgan has met and exceeded her NWEA, ELA, and math goals from fall to winter. Small astro scholar Ms. Morgan Williams is an astro who rocks. Come on down, Ms. Morgan. Can we give her another hand? I'd like to present to you Mrs. Corita Frazier, paraprofessional at Neil Armstrong. For the past 2 years, our esteemed tall astros, this particular tall astro has been a professional consummate chameleon. Due to the constant changes as a result of COVID, she fills many different hats and shoes, as we ask her to wear with a smile, with style, class, and distinction. She jumps from being a paraprofessional to an interventionist, to a guest teacher, and now to a secretary, and she also assists with additional lunch duties without even being asked. With the speed of a gazelle and the grace of Anne Lowe, tall Astro Frazier can and will transform an esteemed colleague to a dedicated family of Astros on behalf of the Richmond Park community. Understanding and empathizing with the struggling families during the pandemic, she is quick to provide daycare and transportation services as well. If a mom can't get to the school to pick up her sick child, Ms. Frazier has been known to leave the building, pick up the mom, and bring her to school personally. If a dad is running late, she will take care of the small Astro by either taking them home with her or dropping them off herself. On a personal note, she is the best bodyguard and personal assistant to yours truly. When she notices that I am treading on water, like today, She will prioritize the needs of the building and delegate others to problem-solve matters, so I must attend to the most pressing, even if that means taking the time to take a breath. Namaste. I just took one. Overall, Mrs. Frazier is so deserving of this award. Our staff appreciates her efforts. She takes initiative in the classroom, office, and other areas in need of great attention. Most importantly, our small actual scholars love, respect, and appreciate Mrs. Frazier. This acknowledgement is a testimony to your dedication and professionalism. And don't start, because you know I don't do tears. Come on down, Ms. Frazier.
How do I come behind that Neil Armstrong thunder? I guess I have to bring some lightning as we present our fabulous Zion Jones. Good evening, board, community, and visitors. On behalf of Elementary School District 159 at Cedar Prairie School, I would like to congratulate our polite and bright Mustang, Zion Jones, on being selected as our Student of the Month. Zion Jones was chosen as Student of the Month because of his undeniable daily commitment to being the best student that he can be. He is self-motivated and very attentive in class. Zion is a very enthusiastic learner who demonstrates consistent effort on all assignments. He always strives to expand his knowledge in academic areas. His NWEA scores reflect his excellent focus and critical thinking skills. Zion independently applies reading and problem-solving strategies, especially when given a challenge or asked to do a task. He shares his ideas in class and offers very important questions when new concepts are introduced in class. He is able to support claims and defend arguments, stances on issues and on topics. Zion is the only student in his class to complete addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division levels of reflex math. Go Zion. His math fluency is very evident when completing math enrichment tasks. Zion has excellent leadership qualities because he is kind, he is helpful, and respected by his peers. He always follows the PBIS classroom rules. Zion embodies the essence of an outstanding Cedar Prairie student. Zion Jones, I want you to know your gifts look great on you. Congratulations. Come on now, Zion. and she did that in previous years. Family engagement presenter, a science fair school liaison, etc. Ms. Ward is more than willing to lend a hand, so much so that she recently reached out to me to state her new claim on a new role. I said to that, "Wow, Ms. Ward, really? Something else you're planning to do?" "Yes." Where does she get all of this energy? Talk about an innovator. Yes, that's Ms. Ward. She is always looking for a new way to teach a lesson, reach students, help staff, and/or simply make our jobs easier. Her students enjoy being in her classroom because she keeps things interesting and competitive. One of her favorite sayings is, "Well, the kids like it. She will support the kids." And that's what we need. You see, she's always having students on her mind. This is a great thing to know, that your teacher is always thinking about you and is your #1 advocate. Ms. Ward is passionate about teaching and learning, especially mathematics. In fact, she is in pursuit of becoming a math interventionist. Go, Ms. Ward, go. I applaud her passion because she not only talks about doing things relevant to math training and development, but she works hard to be about it. In addition to making sure her students are okay, Ms. Ward is the one staff member, amongst a few others, that I can count on to make sure that the principal is okay. Thank you, Ms. Ward. She makes sure that I eat, and she goes to get me lunch whenever needed. She also makes sure that I'm well from a physical and social emotional standpoint. This means the world to me. This means the world to me for all who go the extra mile to care about me and to give of yourself in order to care about the needs of others. Thank you, Ms. Ward, for all that you do for children, for all that you do for our staff and for me. We at Cedar Prairie adore the way you soar. Congratulations, Ms. Ward. Good evening, board members, as well as community members. All right, I have the honor. We waiting on the band to come in. Y'all hold on, y'all look. Okay, I'm just playing. All right, but thank you again for this opportunity to acknowledge some Wildcats from the Wildcat Den. And one of them, I just want to acknowledge this young man, Mr. Tatum Monroe. Tatum Monroe is a 3rd grader at Woodgate School. We do have a criteria that we use to select our students of the month, but this young man stood out that he exceeded that he is representing tonight, Woodgate. And we have a criteria that we look at leadership, scholarship, and a student's ability to inspire others. They have to be able to encourage others. So it's not always about the grades they make, but this young man I'm talking about tonight is an honor roll student. He has straight A's. He has exceeded his NWA projection as well as attainment scores. This young man is one that when you walk down the hall, he greets the adults. "Hello, Dr. Hill. Hello, Mrs. So-and-so. How are you doing today?" He greets his students. He opens doors in 2022. He's opening doors literally, for young ladies, as well as the young men in the building. Who does that? At the age of 9. Tatum Monroe. So I'd like to say to his parents, thank you for raising a good young black African-American man. Tatum, his teacher, adores him, his classmates respect him. He is an encouragement in the classroom, and his teacher stated that Tatum is one of those students that you would just want to have 5 or 6, 10, a whole classroom of them because of the gifts that he brings, not only just academically, but again, his inspiration to other students, that he encourages them. You can do it. It's not that hard. Come on. We can do this together. So he's a team player. So tonight, the Wildcats are honored to thank Mr. Tatum Monroe for being a Wildcat, and we're honoring him as our Student of the Month. Mr. Tatum Monroe. Our next senator.
I just took like out for the next president.
Yes. You know what? That's what someone said today. That's Mr. President. Tatum Monroe. He just said, thank you. All right. Now our SOAR recipient. Try to read this on my phone. Mrs. McDonald is a paraprofessional at Woodgate School that has become one of those people that you wonder, like, how did she just get here? How did she end up here in this place? Ms. McDonald has been with the district for over 8 or 9 years, and she started off, I believe, as a volunteer first. She embraced the district. I think her children came through the district, and then she became a secretary, and then became a paraprofessional working in our Preschool for All program. On this past school year in October, her leading teacher took another position with the state, and Mrs. McDonald stepped up as the IA to be the lead teacher in that classroom, even though we had subs in the room, in and out of the room. When we went out on remote, and when the students had to go out, she took it upon herself to continue the instruction going on in that classroom. The students in her classroom, from under her tutelage, have soared tremendously. This is one of our leading classrooms of our preschool students who have changed. I mean, they've done a 180 from sitting down to actually getting up, moving around in centers, to actually being self-guided. Their scores for their foundational skills of letters, sight, color, recognition, all those things we look for our students to know. She has 3- and 4-year-olds in her classroom. They have surpassed their goals. Miss McDonald is a gem. She is, and I'm just really speaking from the heart about her. Even when her own father was sick, this young lady was still coming to work. She would leave work to go home to check on her father and then come back to work just because of her dedication. I'm sorry. Because of the dedication that she had to be at school and not to leave the students behind. Even though her father's of her age, the blessing is that he lives right next door to her. So every morning she would go over, make sure her dad was taken care of, come to work, and at any given time, when a phone call or anything happened, she would ask, Dr. Hill, I just need to run and put my eyes on him. She would run, put her eyes on her father. She would be back at school by the time her students finished lunch so that she could carry on the class. Unselfishly, relentlessly, and unyielding in her belief to want to help educate the children in this community. She is a resident of this community, and she comes with that attitude every day to make a difference. And truly she is doing that. So I want to stop before I just start bawling about the goodness that she brings. And thank Miss Bridget McDonald for being a Wildcat. In spite of, she's there. in spite of being dad and worried about him, but she also worries about our children. She's worried about who's in front of them. She's concerned about what sub is coming. And her own personal beliefs about what children should know and have, she gives that to them. Thank you, Mrs. McDonald. On behalf of the Wildcats and myself, thank you. I did your mask. Turn around.
So this is why it was important that the principals tell their own story. I can read, but I cannot tell their story. And you see how emotional some of them are, but not only with their staff, but with their students. I want to thank you guys for giving us this opportunity to allow them to tell their stories. We know that over the last 2 years, our staff, our students have gone through some times unlike no other. And so for our teachers to be as dedicated, not only teachers, the staff, the parapro, and for our students to be as dedicated, we're happy that you guys have allowed us to once again share their stories. What we're going to do shortly, because we know we have a long agenda, we don't want to take too much more time. We're going to take group pictures. Give me about 1 minute. I'll take the SOAR recipients all at one time, and the students of the month. Any board members want to join us, please do. Secondly, on switch roles, I'm to give an update on the original district office building. Dr. A has given me the charge of doing some research and investigation in regards to what we will do with the administrative center. So I've done a lot of research. And I've spoke with Dr. A, and because this is a community building, we feel that the community should be engaged. So what we will do at the end of this month is begin a survey. Now, because our emails will only go to parents, we are going to mail the information of the survey out so that all community members will have the opportunity to engage. After we do that, we're going to come back to the Board of Education with the decisions or with the options that are available to us. Obviously, you guys will be the final decision makers, but we did want to include the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Friday, and thank you to our students and our staff for your diligence, for your hard work. Thank you for taking care of your principals. I was once a principal, so I know how important it is and how much and how hard principals work. So thank you so much. Thank you, boys and girls, for just making a difference in your classroom and in your buildings each day. Thank you so much, and God bless each and every one of you. Ms. McCaskill, if you would just come back up and give your presentation. Is Mr. Leslie still here? Oh, I can see you behind the podium. Okay, right after her, Mr. Leslie. Thank you. Ms. McCaskill is going to just give an update around the district. She's going to tell some of the great things that's going on at Seton Prairie. She and her assistant principal, Rose Willard.
Well, I figured before I come forward, because I can barely breathe in this mask. Is it okay to bring it down just a little? Thank you. Well, good evening, board, and I want to say, Habari Jiani, which means in Swahili, good evening. Good evening, board, community, and visitors, once again. Happy February to everyone as we celebrate Black History Month, and happy new or renewed you in 2022. For those who don't know me, my name is LaTanya McCaskill, and I serve as the proud principal of Seton Prairie Elementary School. And I have accompanying me here the outstanding Miss Rose Willard, who serves as the assistant principal, the outstanding assistant principal. To all of my fellow principals who presented before me, I definitely want to share with each of you kudos on your wonderful presentations. And to all of us who are charged to serve in education for such a time as this, I just want to encourage everyone to stay encouraged, stay the course, and continue to do what's best for children in spite of the pandemic. And to my wonderful staff, students, and parent community, I definitely want to say thank you to them for all of their hard work, because I truly stand on their shoulders. Now, with all of that said, as the horse races begin, dun, 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 we're off to Seaton Prairie Elementary School, the Mustang Stable, where our mantra is foundations from which we grow. Some coined terms and or phrases that you may hear me utilize tonight and or my staff use from time to time to represent our students and various things would be that we call our students the polite and bright Mustangs. Likewise, our scholars, we also call them. We at Seaton Prairie know our school as the Mustang Stable, and our slogan is where we run the race to win. Since we evaluate teachers using the Charlotte Danielson model, I thought it most befitting that I show the connection of how the framework or this model is utilized in our everyday, day-to-day operations as it relates to staff and students. In this domain of planning and preparation, we look at overall curriculum and content and the planning methods of teaching. And in this domain, we are also being mindful that we're providing lessons of high expectation, challenge, and real-life connections. Next slide, please. Here are some pictures of our staff planning. This is our K through second grade planning and co-planning their lessons, and also with our resource teacher. One teacher is co-planning with. Next slide, please. These are pictures of our 3rd through 5th grade teachers planning their lessons. Next slide. The next domain is classroom management and environment. And this environment is very important for us to be sure that we are providing an atmosphere that exudes a sense of family and of building relationships with each other. And most definitely making sure that we're providing a safe and learning-filled environment. Next slide, please. Here are some indicators of our school pushing forward those initiatives that help us maintain positive classroom atmosphere, a positive classroom atmosphere. I want to acknowledge our PTO while I see them listed here for my slide presentation, to just personally and publicly thank them for all that they do to continue to help our school shine and provide a positive atmosphere for our school by supporting various initiatives as it relates to learning, supporting our attendance initiatives, extracurricular, and the likes. On this slide, you see how we're representing that our PBIS rules are cool, and we also show our cultural backgrounds. This is a display showing the cultural background for our ELL students and basically all other cultures as well. Next slide, please. During our last SIP day, we conducted a social emotional learning and engaging activity for our staff. These pictures demonstrate synergy, This is where our teachers had to work in collaboration with each other, and they were reminded that teamwork is needed, all while being present and in the moment. Here are some pictures of us making learning fun during our 12 Days of Christmas countdown in 2021 and our book character day. Next slide. Here are more pictures of us making learning fun. In one class, the picture to the right, that class was able to research colleges that they wanted to attend. Next slide. Here are staff members celebrating, and our students celebrating various things. One staff member is welcoming a new baby, sports day, and book character day. With proper planning and preparation and classroom management in place, this cultivates the perfect environment to making sure that teaching and learning is taking place. Within this domain, you'll see that we are very intentional with being sure that we expect communication to be going on with students. Questioning and answering techniques should be taking place, indicators of making sure that students are engaged, and I will add challenge, via grouping, differentiated instruction, and the likes. Nevertheless, reminding our teachers to make sure and to be sure to make learning fun. We use assessment and instruction to determine both mastery and to provide feedback so that we are able to reflect. This applies to our teachers and students. Excellent instruction is less about what the teacher does and more about what students can do and know as a result of the lesson. Within this domain, we are listening and looking. I always share, I need to hear it and see it. The next slide indicates evidence that we have in place for teaching and learning domain, samples of exit tickets, our school improvement plan, etc. And our school improvement plan continues to focus on ELA as well as our foundational skills. We want to be sure that we are building, making sure students have fluency, being able to, in math, also have fluency, and making sure that they are able to engage and increase their understanding in distributive mathematical practices. Likewise, going back to ELA, we are focused on academic and conversational and domain-tiered vocabulary. And in science, we are reminded to make sure that our teachers are being mindful for students to be able to state their claims, show evidence, and be able to reason. And we also want to make sure that we are keeping up with regular and effective communication with our parent community. This slide shows Officer Evans, who visits 2C, and the students are working on their understanding of their parental contact information and also understanding the expectations for our anti-bullying. Here we have pictures of hands-on learning where our students are engaging in STEM activities. These students were able to explore utilizing tiles, flexible straws, screwdrivers, and bolts to create things we see and use in the real world. We also see a picture up there of our students engaging in apple science, where students had to label the parts of an apple and record the data. Here are more pictures of our students engaging in the STEM activity of flexible straw creations. The last domain, and all of the aforementioned domains work together to bring us to professionalism. Professionalism is not a label you give yourself. It is a description that you hope others will apply to you. Within this domain, we expect the following: reflection on teaching, maintaining accurate records, etc. This slide indicates some PD that my staff have already attended. The pictures also represent our students engaged in the Boot Up pilot program in partnership with Amazon, where students engage in coding while utilizing coding during practical and real-world experiences and applications. Over the years, we have developed some partnerships, and many of them are very consistent. These are our community partnerships, and we are so grateful for these relationships. They support us, and we support them. Some of them listed, again, would be our Seed Prairie PTO, Amazon, Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, Madison Police Department, Victory Apostolic Church, State Farm Insurance, etc., etc. Here are some indicators and pictures of evidence of our community partnerships and engagement. Community engagement continues with our cancer awareness and our support for breast cancer awareness. We are mindful to think pink because we are in it to end it. All donations and proceeds are donated to the American Cancer Society. So last but not least, and at the end of the day and week, we go to work. Why? Not so you don't have to, but because kids are our business. In the spirit of Black history, keep hope alive. Be a light in this world. For there is always light, if only we're brave enough to see it. If only we're brave enough to be it. I say to you and to everyone, Amani, that means peace in Swahili. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mrs. Castro. We know that this is a business meeting, but we love to find time to honor our staff, our students, and we love for our schools to tell the great things that's going on, even despite the 20-some-odd months of COVID, they've still been soaring. So thank you for that presentation and allowing us to enter your building and see the great things that you're doing at Seton Prairie. And again, thanks to all of our scholars and our staff who was awarded tonight. I want to bring forth, talk about our construction update. We're getting excited. We can see the vision, and the project is going quite well, and we are just about on schedule. But I want to bring Mr. Chuck Lesnick forward, who is our owner's rep, who we brought on board last August to be our representation at the construction table each week. And Mr. Lesnick is going to give the board a formal update of the construction project. Thank you for coming tonight, Mr. Lesnick.
You're welcome. Well, my name is Chuck Lesnick. I'm representing District 159 on the project. I'm acting as a liaison between the school district, the architects, the engineers, the general contractor, and the village as well. I'm getting involved with all that stuff in the background sort of a way. I have a little picture program to show everyone tonight, specifically 4 exterior sides of the building, as well as several pictures of the inside of the building, to demonstrate the progress that we've had. Before we get to that, I've also prepared a little schedule, or whatever you want to call it. Did everyone get that handout? I brought to the meeting. I think you're going to get it right now. Well, construction starts at the ground, so I didn't even put it on there, but in the back of that building, you've got a sizable detention pond to collect the stormwater. That was one of the first things that was done on the project, and that is complete. So what happens is all the stormwater from the site, parking lots, rooftops, everything else eventually runs into that pond. That's complete. The only thing lacking is the landscaping on it. So after that was done, started digging the foundation. So as of today, all the exterior structural walls are complete on the project. Number two, exterior brick is 90% complete. We would be 100% if the weather would cooperate a little bit. The exterior steel panel framing, which comprises the top half of many sections of the building, if you've seen the plan, is in the process of being done. The framing material is 90% complete. If you drive by the building, you'll see some steel studs on the side of the building on the upper levels. That's where we will be applying the steel siding. It's not just the steel studs, it's framing, it's insulation, it's vapor barrier, it's moisture barrier, it's a component system. So that's in the works also. Moving up to the roof, the roof curbs. Now, when I talk about curbs, when you put equipment on the roof, in other words, an exhaust fan or an HVAC unit, you have to have a curb on the roof to support it. Those curbs are all in place and they've been made weather tight. Some of the equipment's already installed there. The roofing itself is being done. The building is watertight as of today, except for where the roof drains connect to the storm system. That's the plumber's function. He's in there working right now, well, not tonight, but he's working on connecting all the storm drains from the roof to the collection system in the back of the building. Once he's got all that done, then we will be 100% watertight inside. The roof, the interior masonry walls and steel frame walls are approximately 90% complete. Today they had, I believe, 15 bricklayers in there working. Carpenters framing walls up, electricians running conduits in the walls. Plumbers are on site also, besides the roof drains. The underground plumbing is installed for bathroom areas. That's complete as of today, as far as I was there yesterday. It should have been done today, otherwise they were sleeping. The mechanical systems on the building, in other words, plumbing, as I just mentioned, HVAC, heating and cooling, your electrical, fire sprinkler system, voice and data systems, as well as your security system, all those rough-ins are being installed on a daily basis. Most of that is being installed by the electrical contractor on the project. We've been working with Sonatrol, who's your security company. We've had several meetings out there with Sonatrol to get the system put together the way they need it. Also, I've been working with Mr. Eddie Short on, in fact, we have another meeting set for Friday with your vendor, or your installation contractor, I believe.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, to make sure we've got everything in position where it needs to be so they can install their equipment when we're ready. If you've been by the building, you can see there's quite a few windows installed already. I would say we're about 90% on that. What's lacking is like the main entrance to the building. As you have here, we have a huge aluminum system with glass and doors. That's we won't put that in until we're done bringing machinery in and out of the building, just so we don't damage it. But it's all been ordered, it's all fabricated and ready to go. The natural gas service to the building is installed 100%. And I did not get to the site today and I did not find out if the meter was installed, but it was scheduled to be installed today, which means the pipe fitters can, from the meter, hook that up to our HVAC equipment throughout the building to get it turned on and acclimate that building. The ComEd service and AT&T service, which is your telephones and your internet provider, is on a schedule. We've been working with their representative, and it should all be completed within 2 weeks. Once we get the building acclimated, that's when we can start painting, etc. To get to that point, we have quite a few walls in the building, particularly in the administration area. The walls between the offices are steel stud framing and drywall on both sides. All those walls are built, and electricians are working on putting all their systems in the walls right now. The next step would be to put the drywall on. There's a meeting there tomorrow with Nancy from Tree Architecture, and I don't know who she's meeting from the school district, it's very specific on where we have data connections in these offices because of the design of the desk areas. So that's all going to be marked up tomorrow in a meeting, and that'll be completed. There's only like a 10-inch window on the wall where we can put the boxes, so we're going to do that tomorrow. Currently, we're using temporary heat. There are 3 huge generators out there running to get enough power to let everybody work with their tools. And the power is also provided for the temporary heating. The heat is being provided with propane tanks now. If you've been by the site, you'll see several tanks around the building. I believe they've got 4 massive heaters blasting in there to keep the building warm. Once ComEd service is installed and we get our unit up on the roof, our HVAC unit, we'll get it going and get that building acclimated. You're sitting in a building now that's been here for a while, a long time. It has its heating and cooling systems operable. And this building is acclimated for living conditions. That building is not. That building has heat in it, but it's not the type of heat we need to ensure that the finishes we put on the wall don't fail. So we need that power to get the HVAC equipment running to bring in the proper type of heat so we can acclimate it. We hope to have that ComEd service in the building and installed within 2 weeks. We've been in contact with ComEd. They've had several representatives on the job. They seem like they've come and gone, but we have a guy now, I call him Joliet Bob, because he's from Joliet, and he's, within 2 weeks, we should have power in the building. The exterior site work is delayed due to weather conditions. You know, we had a bunch of rain that hit us at the end of the summer, and then winter showed up. So now we've got a problem with frost in the ground. Well, we can't really do paving, concrete work outside. You just can't do it if there's frost in the ground. So we have to wait till that's gone to finish. There are quite a bit of the curbs that's already installed. If you look from Mezzanine Avenue around the building, you'll see some curbing that goes all the way around the back. But that's when the weather went south and we had to stop. So once, in all honesty, that's probably not going to happen until April. It's all weather pending. The part of the site work is also the site lighting. Finish the curbing, there's a trash enclosure back there. The foundation is in, but we couldn't finish it because of the weather. So all that's going to start up again, weather permitting. That's all I've got on the sheet, but briefly, I know everyone's curious about the schedule. Well, the schedule, originally this job was supposed to be done on February 15th, I believe, if I look correctly in the spec book. That was delayed approximately a month or so because there was a structural problem. I don't know if you're aware of it or not. They had to change the entire roof design system on the building because of availability of materials. So the substantial completion date was pushed back, I believe, to March 11th. On March 11th, the architect and myself will do a walk through the building and see where they are. I feel that they're going to be real close to being where they need to be for substantial completion. As far as occupying the building, it can't happen until we have pavement down, sidewalks, etc. So the absolute moving date for the project is going to be pushed back a little bit. I don't have a date for you on that. Just, once again, it's weather permitting. Nobody really knows what's going to happen when they get a blizzard again. Who knows? I think that covers the schedule. Ed, do you want to show some pictures?
Prior to, I'm showing a picture, I do have one question. You mentioned the roof design change. Can you explain what it was and what it went to and what price changes that affected?
Unfortunately, I don't know anything about the price, the cost for that, but I can tell you that originally the building was designed with bar joists, which are what you see in the ceiling here, the triangular shaped joists up there. Bar joists, when we went to order them, when the contractor went to order them or whatever, it was a 1-year lead time on them. And it's, to this date, that lead time is extending on any building because of availability of materials and labor. So the architect decided to change the design of the roof. Instead of using bar joists like you see here, he used structural I-beams. I don't see any here, but it's an I. And that was an alternative. That material was readily available. So they changed the design. It also changed the design of the deck itself. So that changed. Now, price-wise, I don't know.
I can answer that question.
How it looks, like, you have pictures of that?
You'll see some pictures of the roof structure, right? It'll look very much like this, except for the bar joists that you see. You might call them trusses, where they got the triangle spaces. You won't see that. You'll see straight I-beams. So that's what was substituted. When that was substituted, it also it caused the deck, which is the material you see on the roof that's got, it comes down and up and down. Well, that had to get to be a different size. So it's going to look much like this without the triangles in the bar joists. It's solid steel instead.
How long ago did you know about the structural changes that were needed on the roof? How long ago did this happen?
Well, I came on the job after that was all decided. That was in the design phase of the project, and I don't know, maybe the doctor might.
Right, that was in the very beginning of the project before we even got started, and there's no change order, so there's no change in price. Anytime there's a change in price, we receive a change order showing us what that change is and if it's if it's included in the funds that are being held in escrow. So no change order has been given. And that was very early on, so there is no difference in price. And that was done initially and not like now.
Correct. That's right. It's my understanding that delayed the process of finishing the plans, which pushed the substantial completion date out. But basically, it's scheduled. The general contractor is doing everything he can to get it done. And any day you walk in there now, there'll be at least 25 people. There were over 40 the other day. You almost need a traffic cop in there because there's 6, 7 aerial scissor lifts running around, guys in the ceilings, guys on the floor. But it's like an orchestra. Somebody's directing how everything's being done. And it is getting done. You'll see that reflected in the pictures I'm going to show you. Any other questions before we look at the pictures? What do I think?
I'm sorry, I did have a question. When you guys poured the concrete, you had the interior building itself being heated with a temperature equipment within the building, but the building is still open. So you're saying the curb beams and all the support at all
Right.
until but you guys supported using the other stuff, so.
Well, the interior of the building was being heated. The ambient temperature in the building when we poured the concrete was 60 degrees. Okay, now, before we poured that concrete, there's a testing agent on site, hired by the general contractor. That testing agent, when that concrete truck rolls up, well, even before that, if the temperature is too low, they won't make concrete at the plant. They won't send the trucks out. When they do send it out in freezing temperatures, the water is heated for the concrete to make sure the elasticity of it doesn't get harder or freeze. Sometimes they put an additive into an antifreeze so that it doesn't freeze. Once we get it to the job site, that testing agent tests that concrete. They collect 5 cylinders of concrete samples. They're about 12 inches high, 4 inches in diameter, and they collect 5 or 6 of those. I'm not sure what the spec called for in this project. That's the first thing they do, and that testing agent will check that temperature. He'll also check what's called the slump. And what they'll do is they take a device and they fill it with concrete and they flip it upside down, and then they time it as the concrete sinks. And if that slump isn't correct, they reject that load and send it back to the plant.
So I get that part, but because the ground is frozen, typically they don't want porous concrete during the winter. So how do the dirt and the soil and all those things be warmed over prior to pouring that concrete? How are you guys doing that?
Okay, as I said, we heat the building to 60 degrees. And we also had a system installed in there, as a hydronic system to cover the ground and warm it up. And that same testing agent who tests the concrete would test the soil to make sure there's no frost before we even schedule it. And so the testing agent spends a lot of time. They'll actually dig a hole and say, if they dig 6 inches and it's frost is like concrete, it's unbelievable. You can't pour it. You have to have all the frost out of the ground. At that point, all the foundation walls, let's just say that your U-shaped table here is a foundation. That's already in. That was poured during the summer. That stuff is buried 4 feet below grade. In this area, that's the recommended depth of the foundation because it's widely known, commonly known, that frost won't penetrate that deep in the soil in this area. If you go to Minnesota, northern Minnesota, you probably have to dig deeper because it gets colder faster and the frost goes down. Frost is an amazing thing. I've seen it push concrete walls over in basements. So we take all those precautions. I say we, I'm not the contractor, but I'm just speaking because, so you get an idea what I'm talking about. Those concrete foundations are done. And then we build the building above it. All the earth within, which would be this area here, we did experience cold weather before it was heated. That's why we put the heat on, and then they used blankets and hydronic water systems to thaw that out. And then, again, it's tested before the concrete is poured. If you pour the concrete and it fails, you have to tear it out. So nobody wants to cheat on it. It's not worth it. Did that answer your question?
Yes, you did. Thank you.
I have a question. So when we're having 15, 20, 25 bricklayers, or we're using blankets, et cetera, is this all to try and stay within a time frame? And does it cost more money to bring in 25 people at a time versus the way you would normally staff if you weren't feeling rushed? Because I get a sense that there's a urgency, a rush on this. I'm not sure that I understand what that rush and that urgency would be. We're already over budget, and I don't want to see us go any more over budget than we are already. So my question is, when you bring in large groups of people like that to put the brick in, lay the brick, whatever it is that you're doing, is that at an elevated cost Or is that at a cost that would normally have been if you just stayed with your normal staffing?
That cost is covered by the general contractor. He has to do whatever he has to do to accomplish the job. So if there's 25 bricklayers in there today, there may be 25 bricklayers in there every day this week because in that building, there's different sections. So he can put 5 bricklayers, let's say in the STEM lab. Now all that block work is done not now, or then you put 5 more somewhere else. 10, 5 here, 10 there. So they're spread out all over the job. As far as extra costs are concerned, no, there are no extra costs to the owner. The general contractor, when he bids that job, he's got, and I only know this because I was a general contractor, you have to put X amount of man hours to accomplish the job. Now, whether he puts 25 guys in there today and 2 tomorrow, nobody cares. It's just where can it work, without everybody tripping over each other. And as far as you think there's an urgency here, once the building gets watertight, yeah, it's urgent. Every project is like that. Until we get it closed in, you can't really work with it. Now, all the concrete is poured, all the floors are poured. There's heat in there. It's comfortable in there. And the project superintendent on the job, he and his assistants and all the foremen for all the trades, they work together. Like here, Joe, you take 5 guys to go over there, blah, blah, throughout the building. It's a pretty good sized building. So, there's no, I guess your question is really going to cost you some money.
Can I jump in a minute? Because all the cost was determined in the bid. So whatever the contractor has to do, he has to honor the bid that he submitted. So there would be no cost. If there's any additional cost, which you do have one additional cost that came in as a change order, that's in your packets tonight for the landscaping because of the village ordinance. But anything over what will be a change order, but whatever is in that bid is what they have to honor in this project.
That's correct. If it's on the plan, you're going to get it. And if it's in the spec book, you're going to get it. That's part of my job to make sure you do get it. And they can't come in and say, I had 25 guys in there today, I need more money. Well, it's not going to work. You can have 50 guys in there today, it's the same cost. But as I said, in Chicago, with a building, once you get it enclosed, you're ready to go. Until you get a roof on, get the walls up. And so people can work in there, we're kind of dead in the water. So we've accomplished that. So now it's go. Let's get it done. So you drive by, you see that parking lot. I mean, when the job started, there was 3 trucks out there. Now there's no parking spaces, which is a good thing. But yeah, it's no additional cost. It's all part of the bid. The general contractor, he has to honor his bid. No matter how many men he puts in there at one time, nobody cares as long as he gets it done and no one gets hurt. There are safety inspectors come to the job frequently. They're hired by the insurance company of the general contractor. And they'll come in and make sure that nobody up on a ladder hanging like this or doing something silly to make sure nobody gets hurt. To date, I think we've had 1 guy fall, and he hurt his arm. He'll be back to work next week. Other than that, we've had a few COVID cases, but who hasn't, send them home, come back in a week or whatever. But that's been working out pretty well.
So I guess ultimately, what we just want to make sure is that if you all are having like change design orders or delay in material or things like that, and you make those changes, that we be informed or just updated so that we'll know and we won't be surprised coming to the board meeting knowing that there was a change in the roofing design and we are not aware.
I think
especially when it comes to pricing or, we just want to make sure that we're being as transparent as we promised to the community, to ourselves, to staff members and things like that when things are being changed, so that we can also know when we're sharing information and, just being.
I think what Chuck is saying, and what he said, it was really done in the beginning, and Tria did talk about that in the beginning. This is nothing new, he's just saying it because it was changed, but it was presented in the beginning because we did talk about the material. So this, we have known this. This came to the board meeting when Tria initially presented this.
No, this is not okay. But it's gonna be just in the future, just, you know, if it's a change, design order, or any changes when it comes to the STEM Center, admin building and things like that, because of the material, we just wanna be updated, that's all.
Well, the procedure is, goes like this. If something comes up on the job and it needs to be finessed or whatever, you need something extra. The process is the general contractor will send a request for information to the architect. The architect then will clarify that request back to the contractor, and he'll request the contractor to provide a price, request for a price. The contractor would provide a price for it, and the price would go to the architect. From the architect, it goes to the school, with the architect explaining. There's been a couple of change orders going through on this project already, things that were unforeseen, like 9-quart gas needed a 4-inch sleeve to run their pipe through. Nobody knew that. So that was a change order, but it was within the allowance.
Right. That's what I said, that was within the contingency.
Correct.
So the only thing that's outside the contingency is what's in the packet tonight.
Yes, the landscaping package was originally, it was an alternate that was originally rejected. I was told on the original bid. So I can elaborate on that, what I know about it if you'd like.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so when this job was originally bid, this is what I've heard because I wasn't involved in the project back then. The landscaping was bid as an alternate, which means it's not part of the contract unless you accept it. Well, the board rejected it at that original bid. Okay, since that time, the contractor we've been talking a lot about, can we drop this price? What can we do? How are we going to make this work in budget? Well, it's out of the budget because it's not in the contract, it's not in the bid. So we tried different ways to get the bid lower, but we couldn't. So they did come up with a final price that was turned over to the architect, from the architect to the school district, and I think before the board tonight. Now, that architectural drawing...
Based on the village code, because that, right.
Yeah, the village requires certain elements, certain plantings. They require some things to be sodded, some seeded. Your landscape package as it's presented to you tonight is basic. It doesn't have, extravagant designs or anything like that. Bare minimum to meet the requirements of the city. It's a school. It's, we're not doing the Art Institute, even though it is a gorgeous building. But that's what you're going to be looking at in the landscape package for tonight. And once again, to get an occupancy from the village for the project, they require landscaping. So the landscape engineer, who was hired by the architect, came up with that plan, working in conjunction with the landscape architect for the village of Manson. He came up with that plan.
Could they have went out to bid and show another landscape company had been over the project?
Yes, well, the general contractor gave the landscape package to a landscape contractor that he is familiar with and he uses quite a bit. And it's a big outfit, it's very landscaping. They're all over the place and they do big projects. He got the best price from that contractor for this job. So that's what he submitted, okay? Now, if you can, I think the doctor knows it, you can say, no, we don't want to pay that much for the landscaping. Then you can do that. But keep in mind, you have to have landscaping to occupy the building. So the next step is if you reject it tonight, you would have to go out for bid. So in other words, that's a process that may take, I'm going to guess 2 months. just to get a price. And when it's said and done, it may cost you more money. I don't know. Something to consider. So, but the package itself is anything over, I think it's $50,000 has to go out for public bid. So this would have to do that. To finish that up, to get a bid, the architect has to provide new drawings. We have to have the public notice for bidding, we have to go through the whole thing. So I mean, that's an option for you, but just keep in mind about the requirements of the village. Does that answer your question? Okay. Anybody else? Just briefly on materials and availability, we've been real lucky on this job. Short of the bar joists, holding the roof up, everything else, a lot of the material is already in stock. All the doors are in stock. The mechanical equipment, the huge unit on the roof is sitting in a warehouse waiting for a crane to put it on the roof, so we're in pretty good shape. Just ran into a snag with the wet weather and the cold weather, but everybody's working through it. Okay, you have a button to it, push.
Right.
Okay, here's a picture of the outside of the building. This is the front of the building, if you're looking at it from Manson Avenue. This is another picture of the front of the building. Those windows are the administrative offices. This is an interior view of the building. I believe that this is the center hallway, let's call it, of the building. You can see the bricklayers are up there laying brick. That's all done now. You can see on the right, up in the ceiling, those are conduits. You've got miles of conduits in this building. Another shot of bricklayers working in a different area. Remember I told you had 25 guys with a 5-year, 2-year, blah, goes on and on. And they have their scaffolding set up all over the place. Another view, I believe this is the front of the building. One of the offices, I think. Here's a picture of, these are administrative offices on the front of the building. So this, standing here, looking through all those steel studs to the outside wall beyond is the front of the building. Those are windows that are in place. This is one of the tall walls in the main corridor of the building. It's framed up. You see, I think, pipe fitters up on that lift, putting pipe up there. That's some ductwork that's already installed that'll eventually connect to the rooftop unit. More steel stud framing. This is all in different areas of the building. As I was walking through, I took pictures. Now here's a picture of the ceiling that we were talking about, what are you going to see? Like here you see the deck, which is the corrugated stuff, and then you got bar joists in this building with the triangles. And on the new building, you see we have steel I-beams up there. I don't have a pointer, but I think you get the idea. Another picture of another wall. Guy's sleeping, I think. I don't know. That's plumbers. They're putting your drain pipes and your supply pipes in one of the bathroom areas. This is the mezzanine in the storage area. This is a picture of the storage area looking out to the south. You see some plywood on the left side on the bottom. That's where you're going to have a garage door. So there's a carpenter framing steel. I believe that's in the, I think that's in the boardroom, if I'm not mistaken. Another one on the opposite wall. Bricklayers putting brick up the hallway. More steel studs. This is in the emergency room in the tornado shelter. This is the back wall of the tornado shelter. There's, I believe there's bathrooms back here and a little office. This is in the STEM lab, the windows above. You see right in the middle of it, there's a steel beam that runs from the front coming toward the back. That's where you're going to have a curtain to divide that room when you need it. So you can take that room as big as it is and cut it in half and have two separate work areas for the kids.
So is it one STEM lab room that you're dividing in half, or is it multiple STEM lab rooms?
That's one STEM lab room right there, and then it's going to have a huge curtain right down the middle. that
Yeah, I understood that.
retracts.
So that's one room that can become two. So my
Correct.
question is that the only STEM lab room in the building?
Yes,
No, it's not. It's a foundational lab as well as a study lab, a small study area for the student that's between the foundational as well as the aerospace and the makerspace. So that's the makerspace, and the backside would be aerospace. And then there's a hallway with the study space in there, and then on the other side, that's the foundational lab.
okay, I know there's a lot of rooms in there.
Yeah.
This is the first STEM lab I ever did. I didn't even know what it was when they gave me the plan. My daughter, who was a teacher, had to tell me what it was. So, this room is, well, we're using it as a storeroom too. You see a lot of HVAC duct in there. We've got a lot of equipment in there. Well, let's just look at this room. I would say that STEM lab is from that wall to that divider. And as far back, halfway between the clock and the sign up there, that's one room. And then the curtain goes, the divider would go right in the middle to separate it out. As far as use of it is concerned, I don't know that Doctor knows more about than I do.
Yes, each room is, should be able to hold between 30 and 35 students at a time, maybe more.
Yeah, they're big rooms, and I think they got workstations in there and the final drawings, and I think the furniture is ordered now, so it's moving right along. This is a shot on the outside of the building. This is on the south end of the building. If you right to the left, you see a big opening in the brick. That's where the garage door goes for the maintenance building and storage area right there. And the carpenters are framing up the roof system right there above the door. This is another shot of the same area, but to the left a little bit. You'll see two of the power generators there that we're using, for the building. This would be the west side of the same maintenance building, let's call it. This is a little bit further to the left of that. You see that silver box on the wall? That's your main box for your power coming into the building. ComEd will bring the wires up into that, and then it's distributed from there throughout the building. This is the same side of the building, but on the very, the other end. This would be the northwest corner of the building. Now you see we've got brick on the bottom, and then above it, it's styrofoam insulation, and you see a bunch of little clips coming out. Those connect to steel studs eventually that run vertically. More insulation, vapor barrier, and then the steel siding goes over that. So that's all being worked on. This is on the north end of the building. Those two towers there, those are bricklayers, masons' towers for their scaffolding. They're working below that scaffold. That's why you see it tarped in, and they've got a heater in there so they can work. And also facilitating the mortar doesn't freeze. You can't do it if it's too cold. If you don't have heat, the mortar will freeze and it'll fail. I guess that's it. 25 pictures. Any questions?
Thank you, and no, the furniture has not been ordered, especially not for the STEM lab. We looked at furniture, and we're at that stage now. And also, in addition to the board chambers, is a multi-purpose room that can also be used for activities, STEM activities as well.
Yeah, I just looked at the plan and I see it. Like, for the board and a bunch of chairs. I have no idea how you're going to use it, but it's
Multi-purpose.
pretty good space. Okay, thank you for inviting me here this evening to give you a little presentation. Anybody has any questions, the doctor's got my phone numbers and everything, and give me a call, or you want me to come back, just give me a holler, I'll come back with an update. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck.
We have a scheduled site inspection every Tuesday morning at 9:30. We were there yesterday. The meetings are getting longer. There's more going on. So we usually do a site visit on Tuesday morning. It would include myself, the architect, possibly an engineer, the general contractor, the project manager for the general contractor. And if we need, we include foremen from different trades. If the electrician's got an issue, he's got a problem, plumber, whoever it may be, we try to resolve that day on the job so that we can just keep moving forward. And then after that meeting's over, everybody goes home and collects their thoughts, make their phone calls, send their emails. And then on Wednesday mornings, we've been having a Teams meeting, which is like a Zoom meeting. So everybody jumps on the computer and we go over a schedule, an agenda in the meeting, which is put forth by the general contractor, and it covers pretty much everything. You know, we start out with past meeting minutes, we go to, problems, what do we need to do to fix this? It goes on, and that's how it's resolved. Now, just yesterday, we changed that schedule. We are not going to meet on Tuesdays at the site anymore. We're going to meet on Wednesdays at the site, and we are going to conduct our general agenda meeting right after the site visit. So we're going to combine it, because now we have a heated trailer out there where you can go in there and talk, and hopefully we're going to get a couple of rooms in the building where there's not 10 guys working in there. We can actually set a table up and have a meeting there. It's a lot easier to do that than, with a Teams meeting or Zoom meeting, whatever you want to call it. So I'm at site every week. This week I'll be there twice. I have to go there Friday to meet Mr. Short and the rep to solve a couple problems, figure a couple things out. So if I'm needed, people just call me and I go. Does that answer your question? Basically 1 day a week. That's typically all we need, unless something comes up like it is this Friday.
So can I make a request that as you go in once a week that we get just an update, maybe on Fridays, if you guys are meeting on Tuesday, just an update, just to keep us updated on what's going on, that you can send an email or your updates to the Board of Education on Fridays or something like that, just so we can be informed on what's going on with the STEM administrative building?
Absolutely. I'll just I have to get emails for everybody. I can get that from the doctor, Janisa, or someone. That's an email. Yeah, and I'll just update you. I'm not going to put it there, one guy's got COVID or whatever. But just let you know if we're going to be moving forward no matter what.
Kind of like the updates you send me monthly.
Yeah.
And then, but you'll be sending them weekly.
I'll send them weekly. It's not a problem. No, I'll get them out. I just need everyone's email address. And it's easy.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody else? Okay, thanks again.
Thank you, Mr. Lesnick. Okay, so we're going to continue on with the superintendent's report. Ms. McCaskill mentioned earlier about the Boots Up program, and that's a program in partnership with Amazon that we have in our buildings. But also, Amazon, our partner, has announced a gift that they will be giving to our district as well as District 227. Amazon has kept its promise, and we will be, each district, our district as well as District 227, will be receiving $1 million, which is $500,000 each, to inspire the next generation of STEM leaders. So anything that we chose to do with those funds, where it's related and will impact our STEM education, we can use those funds for. Each district will receive this support immediately to expand access to STEM education in our schools as well as our communities. This gift from Amazon will help bring that vision that we had of that STEM center and that building that culture and that community and the community a reality. The formal awarding of this gift will be on February 22nd at a press conference at 10 a.m. We will be sending, Ms. Friday will be sending out some formal invitations to the board members as well as to other elected officials who will be joining us on that night. We will be joined, on that morning, excuse me. We will be joined by 227. We're looking at having it at 227 because their STEM area is complete. And doing the press conference there, as well as the media would like to come back to our site with myself and Cherie and maybe talk about what we're doing over there. So they have a whole program that they like to do, but that's kind of tentatively what we're doing, but we'll have more detail. This, you know, we just learned because initially we had two different dates of the press conference. 227 had their date and we had ours, but Amazon wanted to combine the events.
Just for clarity, that has nothing to do with taxes. That's a gift of $500,000.
Absolutely. According to Sarah Glavin, who I've been speaking with, as promised that once they completed their construction and they had monies left over, they had over $1 million left over, and they decided to give the $1 million to the two school districts will be $500,000 each. So this information will be going out shortly as we work with Amazon's PR person as well as 227's PR person to formalize everything. Okay. Any more questions about that wonderful gift? Crisis Go. I was asked to speak on Crisis Go. Crisis Go is our COVID screening, and we had Crisis Go when the kids came back in 2021 school year, and when they came back in the 2022 school year, we continued the Crisis Go. We suspended it maybe around late October, but as the Omicron variant, began to become more prevalent. In January, we brought the Crisis Go back, that screening process. But now, as Governor Pritzker has ended, will be ending indoor masking with some exceptions, and school being one, with some exception on March 1st, we will be suspending Crisis Go as well again. I was also asked to speak on the current openings in our district, where our vacancies were.
Dr. Alfred, before you go on, I just want to make sure that we're clear. Crisis Go is going away because Governor Pritzker is...
No. It's going away because of the
lawsuit, the recent one?
No. It's going away because the positivity rate is decreasing.
Okay.
So when we came back from Christmas, the positivity rate was high, and that's why we reinstated it. But now that the positivity rate is decreasing, and of course, Governor Pritzker is, lowering the mandate for masking, and so we know that some of the mitigating efforts are going away. So that's one of the things that we will take away is Crisis Go. And we know some of our schools struggle, especially our junior high struggle with Crisis Go. And I think at times they allow the kids to actually certify themselves because sometimes parents are not doing it.
Okay, so what I wanted to make clear is because you said Governor Pritzker is lifting the mask mandate. I just wanted to make clear what District 159 is doing because that can be a little bit confusing the way that was communicated. So can you bring?
Oh, I'm sorry, I threw that in, and maybe that did get a little confusing, but as we put out our correspondence, this week, and that got a little confusing, and we do apologize for the confusion in our mask mandate, but as you read, and as everyone was given, our mandate is that we were going to follow the protocols that we had set forth, and that the board had voted on in February of 2021. So I just wanted to be clear about that. So we do still have our mask mandate in place until which time that there is some other ruling, or until which time the board changes their stance. So vacancies. So I was asked to talk about the vacancies as well, and I just want to kudos to Neil Armstrong. They're completely staffed. I'm sorry, you're not. You have a health aide that you will be getting soon. Neil Armstrong is only missing a health aide, but no core content classrooms vacant. Sea Prairie only has a kindergarten teacher that is vacant. Am I correct, Mrs. Correct. Thank you. And that was it for Sea Prairie as well. Woodgate has a pre-K teacher vacancy, as well as a technology teacher that they share with Yates. However, Woodgate pre-K teacher, as she said, that was the class that Ms. McDonald was taking over, and it is actually going wonderfully. Mara Yates has a 3rd grade class, Mr. Payne.
Since she's not certified, do we have a district that will like give scholarships for teachers such as McDonald's to pursue her?
That's going to come next month for our Grow Your Own Teacher program, but we're going to present that next month along with Grand Canyon University. So you'll Grow Your Own Teacher. We have a couple of staff members that have gone through the program already, but we want to further that program to get some of our IAs that has sub-certification, as well as some college already, to get them certified in teaching, because the teaching shortage is not getting better, and they're predicting it to be worse in the fall. So we're actually developing a Grow Your Own program to further get teachers certified, and we want to grow our own within our district first. Mara Yates has a 3rd grade position, and also he shares a technology position with Woodgate, and you have a library position, but only one core classroom position that's vacant. Colin Powell has the greatest number of vacancies. They have 10, however, only 3 are core content classes. And 2 ELA teachers, but one of them is being ran by a certified reading specialist, and 1 math teacher. Correct me if I'm wrong, Colin Powell, is that right? And so those are the only core content classes that are vacant. They also have a vacancy for a nurse, but we have not a registered nurse. We have an agency nurse over at Colin Powell in that place. They are also in need of a social worker and also a math specialist. And
It seems as if she's trying to say something. We did want to know the vacancies as a board. I see you pointing or saying that you have other vacancies. Can you speak on that?
You're correct, and I got those. Yeah, we have 2, so you're right. I looked over, they were at the top. You have 2 science positions that's core content classes, and 3 math and reading classes. So your 3 math and 1 of the reading classes, or ELA classes, is actually being housed by a reading specialist who's a certified teacher. Actually, in looking at this, in terms of core content classes, we're in good shape in comparison to some other districts. So, but we actually work every day to continue to bring on staff.
think there's a question from Seton Prairie with that
Yes.
too.
Yes, I just wanted to mention that Cedar Prairie still needs a social worker.
That yours? No, that's co-path social worker, okay. Well, actually not, I mean, you do, but initially you didn't have a social worker. We were gonna add a social worker because you had always shared a social worker. So that social worker was not always, you never, I thought you shared a social worker with Wicked.
I share because we don't have.
I thought we always shared it. Okay. Okay, so, well, it's not on here, so we have to talk to Ms. Douglas and see where that position is. Thank you. And that is it for any more questions in terms of the vacancies?
I just wanted to make one statement. I was made aware of someone that was in our district for many years, like 15 years or so, who recently was certified as a teacher. I think it's science. And we didn't make an offer. So now that person is in District 162. So if we grow our people, what can we do? I mean, it's a rhetorical, I'm not expecting a response. I just want to make sure that if we have people that we're homegrowing, that we don't lose them to
Well, I
other
was
districts.
told that that person received a better offer, that received an offer they couldn't refuse. So it wasn't that we did not offer anything, that I was told that she received the offer that she couldn't refuse. She's right there. No,
No, we're not going to discuss that right now. But I just wanted to say that if we homegrow them, I would just love to see if we could try and keep them, being that there is a shortage.
Still in back.
In terms of, okay, that was the end for that. I want to talk about, inside of your packet, you have a lot of policies. Great thing is this is the first read, and we'll break it down a little. The second read will be next month, so if you could take a look at all of those policies that are in need of update, and we'll take a look at those moving forward. The Seton Prairie edition, I did not know where we were going with the Seton Prairie edition. I do know that because of the supply and demand, and because of it still would have to go to bid. What would be the desire of the board if we're going to give Ms. McCaskill any space in her building for the upcoming school year? We need to move forward on that issue. So I didn't know where the board was on that, but I would recommend that if we're going to have space in the building for the next school year, that we begin to move forward.
I thought we already approved that, we just wanted to make sure we were vetting out construction or architects. I thought we already approved.
No, we initially approved for TRIA to give us a a plan. TRIA gave us a plan, and that's where it is. But so now it has to go to bid. So once the architect gives you a plan, it goes to bid, and then construction companies will bid on it, and then we will take the lowest responsible bidder.
Right, but I thought it was that we wasn't approving TRIA to be the architect. That's what it was.
Oh, well, then we need to say who, because TRIA has already done the work, and
that was what happened when we had that board meeting. We never vetted out any other architects, any other pricing or things like that. So we approved the building. I just think we have to decide on which architect firm, if we have to go out to bid on that.
so if we're gonna go with another architect firm, then they need to draw up plans and rendering what TRIA has already done for us. So if we're going to go, so we have to go back to square one if we're gonna go with another architect. And if that's the case, we're probably looking at another school year.
That's what I remember. I remember that we wanted to consider the other architectural company that came to our meeting, that we really liked their work. And I also wanted to try and consider the company that presented tonight. So we wanted more options for layout plans. And I don't know if Mrs. McCaskill was a part of TRIA's layout being the principal of the school.
When we first initially talked about it, Mrs. McCaskill was in the conversation.
No, what I'm saying is, before the board votes on anything, I am requesting that if we're gonna vote on a layout, or if we're gonna vote on an architectural company, this one says 4,000 square feet, it says 3 classrooms, etc. I think it would make great sense if we include the principal in the building and all in the final, just to see if we're getting covered as best we can with the space that's allotted and the funds that are allotted, that we get the best out of it. And we only have TRIA right now. So I'm just saying,
You have to remember, TRIA is only the architect. So it's the construction company that bid and give you the cost. TRIA is only the architect, and they've done their job. And so you bring in another architect, we're gonna pay for another architect, and then the construction company is going, so that cost is not coming from TRIA, that's an estimated cost. And so when we send it out to bid, we're gonna have probably 10 to 15 construction companies bidding on it, and that's when you get the actual cost.
Right, but that's the reason why I just remember us having DLA, I want to say it was DLA coming in, because they were going to be second. All they had to do was do a project that was under, was it 5,000 or 4,000? 40,000, and then they can take over the project and give us layout and things like that. That's the reason why we went through that whole thing.
No, I don't think that they can take over another architect's project, but they can take over the project, but they would have to do their own designs and rendering.
Right, I'm saying not with their own layout, with their own designs. But that's why we went with DLA, and then we got feedback from the community of not, seeking diversity and bringing in minorities, so that's why we brought in another company. So TRIA was never granted, currently, according to the board, they're not granted that job yet. So we have to vote on if we're going to, what architect firm we'll use, and then, but we've already approved the fact that we know Cedar Prairie needs more space. So so when we voted tonight, I just want clarification that we're not voting to say, yes, we're doing Cedar Prairie addition, and TRIA automatically assumes that they're the architect.
So what do we, I want to be clear, because then I need to tell TRIA, or contact whoever. So I need to be clear as to what we're doing.
Right, that's what I said, we can just, I don't know, Chris, are we able to discuss that in closed section, wear shoes and things like that?
Yeah.
Okay, so then that's what but just TRIA is not the architect firm that we're voting on. That was the whole reason why we brought in.
Then we don't need to vote tonight, because we need to start over.
Right, that's why I want to clarify with the board, when we vote to say Cedar Prairie addition, it doesn't automatically go to TRIA, because that's the reason why we put it on hold before. So it's no confusion that we're voting and then it automatically goes to TRIA.
You can just take over.
Right, okay.
I just wanted to clarify, if, and that's it, if TRIA were the company to do it, Dr. Alford, are you saying that because of the work they've put in already, that the completion date would be what?
You mean,
Because you said if we started all
Right.
over again, we're looking at another year. So I'm trying to find out what is the timetable if we were to continue the TRIA.
if we continue on with TRIA, we're still looking at an August date. If we don't, we're not. Because the architect then have to come over, does his measurement, does his renderings, and his designs, and then the project then will have to go out, all of that have to be approved by the board, and then the project has to go out to bid.
Okay, thank you.
So next.
An attendance update before I bring Mrs. Coleman, if you can start coming forward with your presentation. As everyone knows, Mrs. Owens is not here this week. Keep her and her family in prayer. But in terms of attendance for January, Colin Powell was 84.91%, Mara Yates 88.15%, Neil Armstrong 89.53%, Seton Prairie 88.24, and Woodgate 89.07, Woodgate Pre-K 77.87. And with that, I'm going to bring forth Cheryl Coleman, who's going to be doing Mrs. Owen's presentation on tonight. Cheryl is our Assistant Director of Finance, and Cheryl.
Good evening, board. Good evening, community and staff. I am presenting a resolution for providing the abatement of 2021-2022 taxes in order to obtain fiscal year 2022 property tax relief grant. The district applied and was deemed eligible for the Illinois State Board of Education Property Tax Relief Grant for fiscal year 2021 and 2022. The grant awards $1,211,908, abating property taxes in the amount of $1,548,048. The district must abate taxes for 2 consecutive years in order to receive the grant and its base funding minimum for evidence-based funding for the IDG. We will have to revisit this resolution same time next year to approve the second year abatement.
So, does anyone have any questions about because we have a resolution that's up for approval tonight for the abatement so that we can abate the taxes back to the taxpayers. We agreed on the abatement a couple of board meetings ago, and that 1.2 million tax will be abated back to the community.
I'm sorry. That just kind of wasn't real clear to me, and I'm sorry that it wasn't. So the 1.2 million that we're abating back to the community will go to each parcel owner in the community? Is that how that works?
The 1.5 will be going back to the community.
So when we give it back to the community, what is that method of refund?
That is going to be back in the taxes, I believe, the fall of this year.
So we'll see a reduction in that second tax payment?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
And for the next nature of business, I believe Mrs. Lewis passed out the STEM expenditure update. And you were able to review the beginning balances and things of the expenditures thus far. This is on here. This one. Did anyone have any questions? Okay. The next nature of business is the change order for the STEM landscaping package that was mentioned earlier. This is necessary based off of the village ordinance. It's a requirement for landscaping. This is the proposal for approval. The landscaping cost would be $143,500. And the question of the option is the irrigation system for $40,408.
One of the things, we don't have an irrigation system at any of our other buildings. The village don't have an irrigation system over there. And so that was an added cost that they wanted to know if we wanted to embark upon.
If not, we would have to manually import water, landscaping and grass. So the landscaping is the mandatory piece and the optional is the irrigation.
So we have to pay $143,500 for this irrigation system?
That was 40,000.
40?
No.
Okay, it's 40,000.
Yes,
It's 40,000?
Yes, the irrigation system, yes.
And all gave us this quote, so I think that's coming through TRIA, so they...
It's very landscape.
Okay, so my question is, did they bid it out, or did...
It didn't. Yeah, it did not bid out because it's part of this group is part of the construction company. If we bid it out, we can do it now without going to bid with the construction company. However, if we bid it out, then it's going to prolong it, and actually, as Chuck said, it may even be more.
Yeah, we just don't know. Basically, if we would go out to bid, it could possibly be more and would prolong us being able to enter into the building. And be it that this is the village ordinance, it's a requirement to have the landscape.
Chris, is that due diligence to not bid it out?
As far as the price,
Right, what you received is a change order. And that's the only change order that we've had that is not in the contingency.
Okay,
one thing I'm not understanding the urgency of this is landscaping. Because this is not going to happen for a couple months.
Right, but one of the things that they said is because of the supply. And actually what they do is, right now, he'll start planting those trees and bushes, and they'll be ready. Yes, in the greenhouse, yes, of the landscaper, and they will be ready then.
so when you say we won't be able to enter the building, you're just basically saying we can't move in until the landscape is done, but that still gives us months, because we weren't planning on moving in until the fall anyway. So,
It's kind of double getting in, plus the village doesn't issue occupancy for us, and that's
Vanessa,
No, but we still work with the village as well.
we work with it, but they don't issue us occupancy. They don't have jurisdiction. All they have jurisdiction is zoning, which I think the landscape is part of.
Yeah, I think so too, because Chuck, are you there?
Yes.
Because I think in conversation that was told to us about the village and we're not issuing a permit unless we step aside. One second, Cheryl, if you could.
So the village does require landscaping to be completed for an occupancy. Now, it brings up another question. To get an occupancy permit for that building, you're dealing with the regional office of
Yes.
education.
That's
Now,
what we're talking.
yeah, do we need the village's blessing? Say, yeah, you can move in. I mean, I don't know.
That's what I'm getting at. Not to occupy the building, that I can assure you. But there was a recent law about 3 or 4 years ago that talks about.
Chris, can you use your mic? I'm sorry.
We are now subject to zoning ordinances of local municipalities. I think, I'm not positive, I'm not a municipal attorney, I think landscaping is part of a zoning ordinance. So we would have to comply with their landscaping requests. However, they can't tell us that we can't occupy the building if we don't put the landscaping in that they don't want.
I don't know the answer to that, as I said.
I know they can't tell us that.
Okay, so I mean, if the ROE gives you occupancy, that's really all you need. Put the landscaping in then you can bid it out.
Right, so then we
We
need
need
to
to check, can we check on that, Chris?
Having said all that, we'd like to cooperate with our fellow governmental agencies here. We're going to need some type of landscaping anyway, so the question is this price accurate?
Okay,
It's not like we're going to say, we're not going to have landscaping, we're going to have a beautiful building, and of course we're going to have landscaping there.
right.
Yeah, I don't have an answer. Is that comparable price? Is it competitive? I don't know. I'm relying on what the general contractor told us, that his landscape architect worked with the village to come up with a basic plan that would satisfy the requirements of the village. So, yeah, you may be able to find someone to do it cheaper, and as long as time is not of the essence here, you can probably do that. The next step would be to tell TRIA to prepare bid documents, do the public, you have to publish it, et cetera, go through the whole thing. Any other question?
Right, the common practice though is putting out a bid to make sure that we're spending funds properly and not just going off the first person that comes and say, this is the amount.
That's true, absolutely, in most circumstances. This is part of a construction contract. This is part of a construction contract where you could lawfully do this as a change order.
Okay.
Any more questions?
No.
Moving on to the next nature of business. Could you please take a look at your December 2021 dashboard? I have my magnifying glass, so I apologize. Okay. So December 2021, the beginning balance was $38,815,917.50. The revenue, $18,995,578.71. The expense, $17,764,744.44. Zero transfers, and a fund balance ending $40,046,751.87.
Any questions?
All right, Madam President, with that, I give my report.
Thank you so much. At this time, I'll turn it over to our secretary for the opportunity to address the board from audience to visitors.
Madam President, we do not have any audience visitors.
Thank you. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to go into our closed session for our Wednesday, February 9th Board of Education meeting. Motion?
Motion by Ms. Palmer. Second. Second by Ms. Phillips. Roll call, Brown. Yes. Edgecombe. Franklin. Yes. Morton.
Yes.
Palmer. Phillips. Yes. Scott.
Thank you, staff, community members, parents, and everyone else that came in to attend our meeting tonight. Have a wonderful evening, and we will see you back in open session.
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you. And I watched the movie.
Watch two and all that time. So we're now in open session. So motion.
Motion.
We're now in open session, and we're going to go ahead and conclude our meeting. So we'll start with our motion. Consent agenda for February 9, 2022. Motion to approve the open and closed session minutes for the January 12, 2022 meeting minutes. Motion to approve the accounts payable and payroll as follows. Payroll for January 14, 2022, $764,233.95. Payroll for January 28, 2022, $801,107.36. Accounts payables through January 31st, $738,505.18. Motion to approve.
Motion.
Yes.
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 Motion of approval of the property tax relief grant abatement resolution. And motion to approve the landscaping mandatory change order. Motion.
Second.
Yes.
Yes.
Motion to approve the certified staff employment, Dr. William Johnson, resignation of Assistant Superintendent of Student Services at the district office. Motion to approve Herbert Ferguson, hire long-term substitute ELA at Colin Powell Middle School. Approval of Kevin Neal, hire long-term substitute 7th grade math, Colin Powell Middle School. Jacqueline Neal, hire ELA interventionist, Colin Powell Middle School. And Sophia Taylor, hire interventionist at Mara Yates School. Motion.
Motion.
Second.
Yes.
Yes.
Motion to table Joseph Sierra for Director of Buildings and Grounds and Dr. Teresa Nagy, hire for Director of Special Education. Motion.
Motion.
Yes. Motion to approve the support staff employment termination. James Bass, resignation as custodian. Sienna McKinley, hire for custodian Florida district-wide. Carter Jeter, hire for health clerk Neil Armstrong. George Wormley, transfer district maintenance technician at the district office. And Tennille Stargrass, hire instructional assistant at Neil Armstrong. Also motion for the approval of the supplemental pay at Colin Powell Middle School. Motion.
Motion. Second.
Roll call. Brown? Yes. Exco? Franklin? Morgan?
Yes.
Palmer? Phillips? Yes.
Yes.
And motion to approve the table of accounts payables for the landscaping at last board meeting. We do have to go back and vote on it. So motion to approve the accounts payable for January 19th, is that the last board meeting? The 12th, for January 12th, motion to approve the accounts payable for January 12th. Motion.
Motion by Ms. Phillips,
Second.
second by Mr. Scott. Roll call. Brown? Exco?
Yeah.
Franklin? Morgan?
Yes.
Palmer? Phillips? Yes. Scott?
Yes.
We will be tabling 5 and 6 for our special meeting. And that concludes our consent agenda. A motion to approve the PTAB CE Liberty settlement. Motion?
Motion. Motion by Ms. Phillips. Second. Second by Mr. Palmer. Roll call. Brown? Exco? Franklin? Morgan?
Yes.
Palmer? Phillips? Yes.
Yes.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.